It's too early for the camera to be up. Hello, guys. Now I wonder how many will even show up for this early stream. Because no one really expects it this early anymore. This used to be my normal stream time. But not anymore. I would like it to be, though. I think the time frame kind of fits me best. Against Ducky first game, yeah. I did decide to snipe the bigger queue, because I think any other queue at this time is going to be pretty rough. But I'm sticking with an easy god for my first game, so shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad. Their comp is really annoying, though. Double ADC with a triple frontline. And we don't have fantastic peel in our team comp. But I think we have a decent comp. But Shubulunki and Anubis versus Kabrak and Terra is gonna be a nightmare for them. I think this all depends on how well our carriers can survive their onslaught. Because there's no way I'll be able to deal with their carriers as fast as they can deal with ours. That being said, we do have Anubis, which obviously has the potential to clap someone real fast, but we'll just have to wait and see. They have the fabled Seagull Osiris. I haven't won against his Osiris a single time when he's in the jungle. He smacks my team. Well, this might be a shifter's route. Or a pestilence route.
Yep.
Oh, I think they forgot to swap. Maybe they did. I'm not sure. Who's also the jungle as Osiris? Yeah, I'm doing shifters. Fuck it. I'm doing thorns as usual because I want blink as well. Gotta do the no TP route in this one. I haven't warmed up. So, usually I try to warm up just a little bit. Even if it's just in practice mode. But this one I kind of started a bit spontaneous.
Run if you can.
Was a dog happy just in one more game over Smite? Well, I ended up not doing that, I think, right? Because the game was dodged. Oof. That could have ended bad if I didn't get those creeps.
Be careful, right? Okay. Enemy missing.
Why do they have vision on him? I guess creeps. I'm not gonna go anywhere now.
There's no escape. Enemy spotted. Run if you can. There's no escape.
Arrow's clear is pretty nuts. She's got that a one-shot clear, basically. She uses everything to do it, but still.
Pass the blood.
Not bad.
There's run if you can. Thanks.
Might have denied myself a single creep or two.
Enemy missing.
Should be alright though.
I walk in darkness.
A good placed axe might actually have been the kill. Shit, man.
Your right tower is under attack. Run.
Damn, unfortunate.
Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down. I walk in darkness. Run. Run if you can. Follow me. Okay.
He's sticking around.
Okay. Your left tower is under attack. There is no escape.
No, back yet.
Run if you can. Your middle tower is under attack.
Just a few zoning creeps here. I need to back as well.
I feel no pain.
He's got Chronos Pendant. That is a pretty classic Ducky move. I would almost expect it at this point.
Waste of time. Your left tower. Enemy spotted. There is no escape. Run. Run if you can. Enemy spotted. Enemies incoming.
Nice to tank you. Come back! No! Aww. The root! Sure, I went for it. I had to. I wanted to take the damage and then go in. I just, for some reason, kind of forgot that Terra roots you as well. Oof. Let's grab this before it respawns. Hey, Rosalition, what's up, man? Good morning. Even though it's not morning here anymore. Are you in NA, I'm guessing? Unless you're just waking up late. That's also a thing. I'll do Oni. Oni's here, probably into a Prit one. So I can finally get some cooldown. And then follow it up with a regrowth, probably? Grab some movement speed. I do need more cooldown though. I actually kind of screw up in this aspect. More cooldown is needed than I have at the moment. Oh, didn't want if refreshes too, I guess. Damn. They did it right under our noses. I just leave it fucked up, that's fair. Don't worry, mine is as well.
Be right back. There is no escape.
Enemy spotted! Be careful, left!
Run! Run if you can. Enemy missing right. Run if you can.
Ah, right. Damn, I just placed my ward like an idiot. They just did Bull Demon. I think I've asked before, but can you somewhere tell? Like, if it's still active? Because I can't fucking tell. I never know when to place my wards back down.
Run if you can. Death has walk in darkness. There is no escape.
It is the Chronos Pendant.
Run! Run if you can. There's no escape.
Enemy missing middle!
Wow! You must have run. Run. Ally has been slain. There's no escape. Tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
On my way!
An enemy has been slain. There is no escape. Be right back. Be right back.
I'll check my thorns for that. If Terra shows up, I'm probably dead. I would have been dead if she was.
On my way. Attack. There is no escape. has been tenderized. Mwah! Compliments to the
Falling
chef.
back.
It worked out pretty well for us, all things considered.
Enemy missing middle.
Run if you can. There is no escape. An enemy has been slain. In darkness. There is no escape. Run! Run if you can. On my way. You think that you're gonna just pass away like that?
I don't know if Osiris is nearby. I don't want to go on him. I really, well, no, actually he's not. Osiris is dead now. Now it's too late though.
Let the night fall.
I'll just clear the way fast and go back instead. You got 4 weeks off? Damn, that's nice, man.
I
Enemy
feel
spotted.
no pain.
Gotta chill then, I suppose. You gonna do something special, or just you gonna game like the rest of us?
Enemy missing right. Be careful.
That's too bad.
Cancel that.
That's too bad.
Rosa, you're in the games as well, aren't you? In EU. I feel like you mentioned at one point who you were. I just forgot. It's been a while.
Enemy missing middle.
It's been a while.
There is no escape. Run. I walk in darkness.
Come back, tree lady.
Be careful middle. Bye. Be careful left.
There is no escape. Run if you can. An enemy has been slain.
Enemy spotted.
Attack! Attack! Waste of time.
Attack.
There is no escape.
Oh, good wall.
Attack! There is no escape. Ally has been slain.
Really good wall. That completely kept us.
Compliments to the chef.
This means I can go smack the wave into the tower. Let's do that. Rika, right.
There is no escape.
The Aphrodite player. I remember you.
Nothing will stop me. Compliments.
You like the healers, huh? Not a lot of people do these days.
Your middle tower.
But it's funny. You can definitely make Aphrodite worth banning, that's for sure. Don't want to deal with it. Yeah, I too spend time with my computer a lot. I understand. It's a good choice.
Destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower is under attack.
Run. Run if you can.
Enemy spotted.
There is no escape.
That's my bad.
Down.
Didn't realize Terra was just missing.
On my way. Mamma mia, not again! There is no escape. An enemy has been slain. Run! Run, you can. I walk in darkness.
Enemy spotted. Behind us.
Ooh, I am taking this more than I can. Dude, I need Terra to clear the damn waves. So I can actually get some farm. That'd be great.
Under attack.
I walk in darkness. There is no escape.
Enemies in right lane.
Run! Run, you can. There is no escape.
No, AMC's here too. No, dude.
Wow! That was a rough food fight.
Alright. They almost let me blink too. I took the chance of TPing when I probably shouldn't have. It's fine. Let's get this now. Hey, Boom, good to see you, man.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's never able to stick to new one. That's fair. People have learned. People don't want to deal with a good Aphrodite anymore. She's just too damn strong when you know how to play it. Especially in ranked. I think it's in competitive it's obviously different. When you know when you can coordinate your team to focus a single target, Aphro isn't that bad to deal with. But, you know, you don't want to deal with her in ranked. People running around, not knowing how to really deal with it.
There is no escape.
Enemies in right lane.
I walk in darkness. He must have choken on the meatball. On my way. Okay, so maybe a little. An enemy has been slain. There is no escape. Run. Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
One day I'll get a kill, boys. Or another kill, I should say. It's fucking on her. Stop impaling me, man. I'm trying to play the game.
Rescue.
Okay. Mamma mia, not again. There is no escape. Help, middle lane. Help, middle lane. Run. Help, middle lane. On my way.
On my way.
You think you can adjust the blast away like that?
Attack. Fire giant.
Waste of time. Walk in darkness.
I need 20, man. Carries are starting to hit 20. Or already hitting. Or are already 20.
middle.
There is no escape. Run. Run if you can. Attack fire, attack fire, attack fire, attack right lane. An ally has been slain. Okay.
We're getting out-rotated so hard, man. That sucks. How was both ADCs there?
Defend.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Alright, let's see. Oh no, Anubis.
Compliment to the chef.
The pathing there was not great.
Two meatballs is better than one. Destroys the fire giant.
He might be dead. He's definitely dead.
Moi, compliments to the chef. It is time for the main course.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Unfortunate.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, me and Karma got caught.
Middle tower
Unfortunately.
is under attack.
Didn't know. Didn't see any rotations.
Has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Wow, he must have choken on the meatball. Walk in darkness. No one has learned no escape. Mamma mia.
I can't even get in there.
You think you gonna just pass away like that?
I got 20 at least. Let's finish that. Okay, that should help quite a bit. So it's not an easy chug game. All of them are kind of hard to stick to, and the
There is no escape. Run. Run if you can.
all of the carries are kind of hard to stick to, except for on her, I think. But on her usually isn't around. It's always MC I'm kind of forced to go on, and it just doesn't really work out. For the most part. I should probably get out of here. No, they're in left. I'm fine here. Oh, we got gold. Nice.
Okay, so maybe a little.
Is it worth it, though?
double kill. That's too bad.
Enemies in left lane, guys. Your left tower has been destroyed.
I feel no pain.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left
There
tower
is no
under
escape.
attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left phoenix is under attack. Your left phoenix has been destroyed.
It's double ADC nonsense.
It's under attack.
Yeah, we're just not playing together in this team. I don't really think the Anubis pick has come out for us, like after, like once we hit the team fighting, I guess. But maybe it's just because we're not grouped. I always have to solo initiate. Maybe it's actually a problem with me and Kamazots not being together. Yeah, I watched the new Deadpool movie. Yeah, I did. I try not to talk too much spoilers though, just because some people still may not have seen it, like waiting for the digital release. But I loved it. I thought it was great. I have thoroughly have some of those songs stuck in my brain still.
Attack! Attack! Let the night fall.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Should we be chasing this? That's the big thing.
An enemy has been slain. There's no attack. Run. Run.
Alright.
You can.
Possible. Oh, we're getting more kills. Shit. Alright.
On my way.
AMC is still around.
An enemy has been slain. Fire giant. An ally has been slain.
Man, we're allowed to blink in time.
Attack fire giant. Fire giant. Run if you can. Greetings.
Go do fire, man.
Enemies incoming.
I'll defend left lane.
Alright, great fight. I wasn't a part of it at all. I'm just gonna shut up. See if I can grab this in time. Not. Song request? I actually don't have song requests on. I'm a new streamer. I don't understand how people can do the song request stuff without getting demonetized. How the fuck does that even work? I thought I'm still in the old rules. Has it changed? Can you just listen to whatever you want now?
You're not again. Your structure is under attack.
Because I could do it if it's not a problem, but... You can turn it off in OBS settings? Okay. I might have to look into that for future streams then.
There's no escape.
Ultimate is down. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Dude. He's just hitting me. What the fuck, man?
Is under attack. Your left phoenix has been destroyed.
That was really bad by me. I was trying to blink in, and I shouldn't have thrown my axe in the first place. Redstone is such a counter to fucking blink, dude. I want to blink in. That's bad.
Good game.
Like, we're getting siege when we have fire. This just shouldn't be happening. We keep losing front lines. We're just getting picked for no reason, like stupid idiots. Yeah, it's a quick tutorial on YouTube should do the job. Okay, I'll take a look at it.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'll write it down actually so that I can remember it for next time.
Hunger.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
I'm not making the same mistake.
An enemy has been slain.
We just don't have... Yeah.
Compliments to the Jack.
Actually, it's fine. We got their 2 front lines for me, but we also lost the Phoenix. And we, dude, the Titan's just dying to the Oni waves. The fire Oni waves just destroyed our Titan. That's unfortunate. It's tough because they always have Cabrakan peeling for them. I go in, I ult someone, Cabrakan turns straight on me, and I just die to the 2 ADCs because I'm always alone. Was pretty shitty frontline game, this one. I never felt like Kamosats was with me when we went in the fights. I think it's fine if we get the front lines for it, but this was just kind of an unfortunate situation where the Oni waves fucked our Titan. It happens. Like, I mean, it's technically not okay. Like, we cannot let these two just free cast, which they did in the last team fight, without me being there. How long did you play Smite before you came back? 2 or 3 years. I've been on and off like 2 or 3 years every time I feel like, every time I quit. Like, when did I originally? I can probably show it actually. Because I can see through ranked when I quit or not. Also, I hate this new UI they made. Why can't you just choose it a bit easier? Yeah, you can see how much it jumps with the years. So this is obviously where I played all the fucking time. In the pre-seasons, in the year 1, I played pretty much all of year 1 as well. And then, then I quit at the beginning of year 2, it seems. So I guess season, we could probably call them. Came back in, or stopped in season 2, came back a little bit in season 3, so probably only a year or something after this. It's either that, or I just didn't play a whole lot of ranked. It could be a bit of both. Barely played in year 4. No. Actually, no. Year 4 was when I came back and played for Torpedo, I guess. I'd rather have played in season 3. Came back for 4, and now we'll never know. But it's about something like that. I came back quite a bit, and then just instantly left again. Happened all the time. Usually I was always gone for longer than just a few months. I'm pretty sure usually it was at least a year. Twice it was 2 years. Maybe a 3-year one at one point.
Select your god.
Yeah, Robert Downey is back. Robert Downey is, well, I don't know how I feel about it. I suppose we'll just see. Marvel can make cool stuff, they can make bad stuff. Recently it's mostly been bad, obviously, but we saw with the Deadpool movie that it can also be good, so I hope it's good. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm not a doomer when it comes to Marvel stuff. Like, I want to see if they can actually take their time and do some good stuff. I don't expect stuff to be good, I'll just wait and see. Yeah, any hopes for Smite 2 or excitement? Yeah, I mean, I think both. I think there's definitely both. Obviously, I hope it's gonna be good. I do, but I hope that it feels better in the next, excuse me, the next patch than it did in the last alpha. Because even though the last alpha was enjoyable, it still didn't feel as good as Smite 1. It needs to feel at least as good as Smite 1 if I have to play this game every day. Otherwise, it's just not gonna work. And I get that it's alpha, but if it's going full time, it has to feel good. It just needs to. And excitement, I will say, it's very minimal, but it is there. Like, I'm excited to see Mordred. I'm pretty excited. He seems really cool. Kind of checkboxes all, like everything I want out of a new character. So, I hope I actually enjoy playing the god as well.
Pick your god.
Pick your god. Do I hate playing ADC against Searcher so much? No problem. Mess is kind of nice here. Yeah, when Pentacon Smite 2. I had it all planned out. I know exactly what it's gonna be, but I can't tell you guys. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. I planned it all night. It's gonna be on the god you least expect. Dude, pentas are so hard to get these days. You actually just have to one-shot people. It's not the same. Getting back my broccoli trees. I mean, this can't be a Searcher jungle, right? Herox? You aren't playing Searcher jungle, right? There's no way. You would never do that. I want to sustain in this one. Probably do... I'll do Devils. You're a soul laner now? I see. Everyone is a soul laner now. That's why I'm never getting it anymore. I'm stuck playing ADC every game. Legitimately. The last 3 streams, I'm pretty sure I've gotten ADC way more than solo. That's what happens when I enjoy the big boy games. Because we have Nika and Ducky and fucking Seagull and all of the people that tends to be higher MMR than me. Then I don't get my role. Though to be fair, Seagull hasn't been higher than me lately. Seagull's on a losing streak. He'll get there. I believe in him. Yeah, it's a relatively early stream. Yeah. I do want to go into more. Like in general, it just fits me better streaming. Like in my old time frame where I used to. I used to stream at like I started at like at 2:03 and then I streamed until maybe like 7, something like that. It just fits me way better. It's way more of a pleasant time frame in EU, I think. But I also don't want to do it if the games are horrible. But like so far they're pretty much the same, so. Obviously a lot of it depends on who's also queuing in terms of streamers, so people know which queue is actually worth sticking around for. Ouch. Dude, how is Heimdall not broken still? This fucking god hits so hard. It's insane. Impossible escapability. Or insanely good escapability. Heimdall's a fucking menace. I can't stand playing against him as an ADC.
The way open.
Battle ready.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies missing left. Enemies in right lane. Enemy spotted. Right lane. Yes.
Daji's back a bit. The Daji constantly going into right jungle fucks with us here. We can't really walk up because of it. Not that I think we could fight anyway against their comp, but still.
Enemy spotted. Completed. Falling back. No problem.
I'm sorry.
Woo! Completed.
Time to take action.
I'm sorry.
Completed.
Stand with me.
I'm sorry.
No.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing. Cancel that. Be right back. Ultimate is ready. Need healing.
Yes. Thanks. Middle.
How much devils again? I need so much. We'll see if I can stay around for it. It would be nice to be able to buy it on the first pack.
I see.
Enemy missing middle.
No problem. Enemy spotted. Ultimate is down.
I was thinking fucking Scylla was gonna go in. Scylla? Hello? He's no HP. Just dash over the wall and kill him. Damn. I was kind of... okay. Dude. What the fuck?
Enemy
Why did you not go in? I'm so confused about that. Why would you hear? I only went in because you said... Damn, tilted. Couldn't finish my devils in time. This is the fucking worst. Who got first blood? Daji did. And she took my wave. Fucking hell, dude. It's a nightmare. Now I'm being zoned.
That'll up this performance.
ultimate is
Be
down.
careful.
Left tower is under attack.
Completed. No problem. Enemy missing right.
Ultimate is Be down. careful.
Okay, stop. Maybe a little. Wow. You must have choked on the meatball.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
It's also crazy how much having like the real support, or not the real, the aggressive support in duo makes the difference. Like if you're against the Bacchus and he plays it well, you literally can't do anything as an ADC. He's so heavy zoning you, it's insane. Not that that was so much the case here, and like this case is the lane clear difference with Heimdall and Apollo, but Athena also is not as good as Charon in the... Maybe it's just a good counter matchup, I guess, because his silences and shit, but we can't really do much against their team in lane.
Ultimate is down. Enemy missing right. Be careful left.
Compliments to Chef.
Attacks for believing your teammate. Unfortunate, man. It's fine, like I should have just... I didn't see Daji. If he did, he should have told me. I don't know if he did, but...
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy missing right.
Yeah, I just can't... I need to just stay back. It's crazy. I can't do anything here. Not yet, anyway. It's a farm game.
Your left tower is under attack.
Can I grade around for this?
Enemies in the right jungle.
I can't. They know. Ah, I forgot to swap the Tiki. I'm just gonna do that now. It's kind of late though. Cooldown isn't horror. Never mind. Maybe I should just do HP, to be fair. Cooldown doesn't really help me much at the moment.
Your right tower is under attack.
What makes the Tiki spawn?
Enemy spawn.
I still don't know. I think I asked last stream as well, but I probably just forgot to look at the answer.
Ultimate is down.
It's the cam next to blue. Oh, the chests? The little chests that make it spawn? Do they spawn at specific times? Like, what's the rules for it?
Love this performance. Enemy missing right.
We're fighting this? We're not fighting this. We have pretty good late game, but I mean, so do they. I do think ours is better though, just for having Scylla. Though, oh, the one between blue and red. Oh, the shaman camp. I see.
Enemy spotted. Tower is under attack. Retreat right lane.
Ultimate is down.
Okay. Fucking police arrived. Jesus Christ.
Keep an eye out, eh?
Dude, why am I not allowed to get the buff, man?
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies in right lane.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
We gotta do something here, though. Like, nothing's happening. Never mind. They killed Searcher. Worth it. No, it's not worth it. Dude, fuck off.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I like that.
Enemy ultimate down. Help.
We can't let them keep doing this.
Help middle lane.
On my way. Woo! On my way.
Like, the fact that I'm not even surviving is a fucking miracle at this point. I didn't even know they were there.
Nice job.
Nice job.
Attack middle lane.
Need
Middle
healing.
lane. Middle lane. That's too bad.
Ultimate is down. Have fun.
Your left tower is under attack.
This seems a bit menial.
We need wards.
It's not complete shit, like what's happening. It's fine, like I don't mind being camped if I get something for it. But right now I feel like our response isn't really strong enough, if that makes any sense.
I'm building stacks.
Like they just kinda got gold. And we weren't really able to do anything about it.
Attack left lane.
I have a level lead though, surprisingly. Or like an XP lead.
Save yourself.
That's unfortunate.
Enemy missing.
Be careful left. Help left lane.
Enemies in left lane. Enemy ultimate down.
Attack.
Enemy revealed. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack.
Mamma mia, not again. Mwah. Compliments to chef. Fresh meat has been tenderized. That'll up this performance.
See,
An enemy has been slain.
this will be worth it. My beats are back up.
Ally has been slain. Bifrost, save me!
Down.
The way home.
Just beats as well.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Attack fire giant. Attack fire giant.
Still haven't swapped the Tiki. Probably can swap it to something a bit more useful this time.
Let me aid you. You're doing so well.
Alright, good thing ult.
Ultimate is ready.
I was almost too late on my beats too.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We own this jungle.
Is under attack.
That's the way.
This might be greed. Don't see anyone on the map. They could just be coming for me. And me without an ult.
Okay.
Alright, we're good.
Yeah, I like that.
Gank left lane. Chase me.
Oh, the order is completely random each game. Okay. It's good to know, because I wasn't sure how it really worked.
Tentacle here.
That's unfortunate. Beats being down made that pretty rough. Go Fafnir. Smack him. Oh, double kill? Double kill. Good job. Dude, I wanted to land when gold was low so badly, but it was just not a good idea. I would have died instantly. My team's doing well. I'm happy. That's nice. Actually, Dutch is fed as hell. Neve popping off. Wait, we have a Neve and she hasn't ulted Heim once? Dutch, I don't believe you, man. Do you hate me or something? That's fine. I barely even fought him. Can't really ult something you aren't fighting.
Enemy missing right. This is your specialty.
Enemies in middle lane.
Enemy ultimate down.
Hi.
On my way. On my way.
Damn, I almost got dodgy as well.
Keep an eye out, eh?
Attack left tower.
On my way.
Ultimate is ready. Attack.
No problem. Careful. Ultimate is down.
I'm backing. I can hold over if I need. Shit.
Follow me.
That'll up this performance.
Let's just grab this.
An enemy has been slain.
Ultimate is down.
Impression has been tenderized.
Okay. My beats were down. I forgot. I also didn't know they were waiting over there. Fucking hell, dude. I could have just dashed to my team instead. I think there's one thing that's really bad about the Heimdall ultimate, and it's that you kind of lose your sense of where the fuck you are when you land. Like, you can't plan ahead of, like, I'm gonna land here to do that. It just... Where the fuck am I? I'm so fucking confused. Damn. Damn, that's unfortunate. Really good pickup though. If you could somehow see, like, I hope they do something to Heimdall's ult in Smite 2. Because I feel like it's a bit overwhelming in Smite 1. And it's kind of just boring, to be honest. If you're the one getting ulted, like, I would rather get combo ulted. You can still see what's happening, you know? The Nasher ult as well. Same kind of thing.
That's too bad. I'll attack the goal on my way. Yes. Attack the goal. Fury.
War here. This seems a bit menial.
Ultimate is ready.
Stand with me.
On my way.
The Thorns thing is so fucking bullshit. Also, no one's peeling. Peel diff.
Better than one. Grazie a Dio. Let's celebrate. Where's the beat?
Hey.
The amount of people in my lane this whole game was really fucking annoying. We won, so great, but I can't say I had very much fun this game. Like, honestly, I might be complaining a bit too much, because, like, they weren't really invading my buffs. If they did that, I would have been completely screwed. But I somehow ended up being, like, on the same level as Heim, or even slightly ahead, for the most majority of it, even though I was sitting in tower the whole game. Damn, look at that hot player damage. If I knew I was gonna sit in tower the whole game, I'm just gonna pick Chronos, man. Though I guess Apollo does that pretty well too. And if I wasn't Apollo, I probably would have died more times, because I was able to just ult out. Sometimes. If I could learn how to play Heimdall, maybe that would fix all my problems. I'm just really bad at him. I can do anything or everything on Heim, but control his 3. I'm so bad at controlling the Bifrost. To an unreal extent. Alright. I completely forgot about this yesterday, I think, but I did pull up the bracket for a best games of all time thing, even though I haven't played so many of them. But I completely forgot about that I had this open in the back, so it's for me it's Guitar Hero. Age of Empires is really good too, but Guitar Hero is iconic, man. This one is kind of hard for me to rank because I'm a recent Final Fantasy fan, but Modern Warfare 2 shaped my childhood. It has to be Modern Warfare 2. But that sucks, man. Both games are up there for me. Bioshock Infinite or Metal Gear Solid. I've played Bioshock Infinite, but I'm pretty sure Metal Gear Solid is a better game. If I have to guess. I'm just gonna go with that. Rock Band 2 and what the hell is that? Ikaruga? I don't know what any of these are. I'll just go on ahead. Uncharted 4 or Forza Horizon. I mean, the Forza games, I'm sure they're good. I just don't care about racing games. Fire Emblem 3 House or Resident Evil 2. Two games I only hear very, very good things about. I feel like Resident Evil 2 is probably the more mainstream one. We'll go with that. Oh man. Nier Automata or Ocarina of Time? I mean, for me, it's Nier Automata. Or Automata. Oh, and I can never say it right, but it's definitely that. Doom or Pokemon games? For me, it's Doom. Especially the new one, man. I love the new Doom. This bracket for me is God of War. I'm not a big Mario gamer. I'm not. It's gotta be God of War. It's World of Warcraft. Okami is great though, but World of Warcraft, the influence that game or the franchise, I guess, has had on the gaming industry is insane. Mario Galaxy was goated, and I don't judge you in any way. I don't. I'm sure they're fantastic. I just have they just don't interest me at all. It's gotta be Pokemon over Bioshock here. I'm sorry. I still haven't played any of these, so this is again a bracket I didn't really play. I'm also a very recent Legend of Zelda player, so I haven't played a lot of that, the older ones. I'm not sure I ever really will, but we'll see. I don't think Link to the Past is the big goat though. I still think that's probably Ocarina of Time, but that one kind of lost before, so I'll go with Smash Bros. Team Fortress 2 or Old Republic? It's gotta be Team Fortress 2. It's way too iconic. No, I can't jungle. We don't want. No, I can't do it. Someone's trying to trade me to jungle. I can't do it. Bloodborne or Mario Galaxy? I mean, for me, it has to be Bloodborne. I'm sorry. Not just because, even if I had played this, I love the shit out of Bloodborne. FromSoft games are my favorites. It's gotta be Tony Hawk. For me, it's Assassin's Creed 2. There's a lot of games missing on this list, though. I hope the second part on the right side of the bracket has more. Let me pick something or ban something here. Halo 2 or Earthbound? Once again, don't know what Earthbound is. My bad. But it's also a lot of... Wait, give me a second. I can jungle if you don't expect anything. Yeah, Mario Galaxy was goated. I'm going with Halo 2 here, just based on what I'm hearing. For me, it's Diablo 2. Dude, Skyrim or Red Dead? Damn, what do you guys think? I'm curious. This one is obviously a bit rigged, because I haven't played Red Dead. It is still on my list. I have the game bought. It is just waiting for me to press play. But...
Pick your god.
Alright. We're bringing out the famous Game Hunter jungle. Give me a second here, guys. I need to focus on what the fuck I'm picking here. Let's try Lance. Try the Lance jungle. See how it goes. Probably, honestly, probably a pretty shitty idea into Nesha when I'm thinking about Ancilla. Dude, I might have messed up. Play out Get Off's Mine and play... Right, I mean, I will eventually, alright? But I'm too busy with things. I'm currently playing Doom Eternal in the background, so... Or on off stream, I should say. I'm like the Black Myth Wukong game is coming in 4 days. I won't have time to start Red Dead as well as also streaming Smite. You know, it's a lot of shit happening. The new World of Warcraft expansion is coming as well, like the 26th, and I'll also be spending some time with that. So it's hard, man. So for now, I'll go Skyrim because it's the only one I've played. I feel like I can't judge them otherwise. Definitely Mass Effect 2. It's Modern Warfare 2 for me. They're both iconic as fuck, though. From Metal Gear Solid. I haven't played one of these either, but I mean, they're both really iconic games. I hear only good things about them. I'll go with Resident Evil 2. Yeah, Skyrim 3 both are top 5 though. Yeah, they're really, really good. Damn, dude. I mean, in terms of story, obviously Nier wins. In terms of gameplay, though, Doom wins for me. I mean, they're all... I don't know, man. This is a hard one. I think Nier overall wins for me. But I also... I'm a pretty recent Doom guy. Like, very recent. As mentioned, I'm just going through Doom Eternal right now. Who am I jungling against? Sir Yeto, I guess? Why is Sir Yeto following me around? What's happening here? I guess he could be solo, actually. He could be Nesha solo. And then Surtur is going to be jungle. That's going to be great. Alright, Nier wins this one for me. Can't see brackets. I'm sorry, guys. My bad. Mouse, please. Where are you? Oh my god, my mouse is glitching the fuck out. Dude, what is happening? Mouse. Thank you. For some reason it was still linked to Smite even though I was outside. Yeah, this is the next one. The previous one was Doom versus Nier Automata. That's the only one you guys missed. Guys, quick jungle build.
I will be sure to use this in the battles to come.
What are we building here? Can any jungler in the chat please just give me a build? Oh, thank God they paused. Any builders? Any junglers? He's against me. Yes, hero, help me. Tell me what to build, but... Help. I think he's DC'd though. I think he's doing something else. No, he's okay, he's around. I don't know. Dude, you're just saying that because you're against me. You're trying to make me lose. I don't believe this. Why do you hate me? It should be okay, actually. I think I know what to build. Like, I know the items. I just don't know which order I should probably build them. Hydras? Wait, is Hydras worth again? What the fuck is BF? Bloodforge, right. Dude, Bloodforge? Really? Okay. Thorns? No, dude, no. No. Thorns? I need beads, man. They have Nesha. I'm jungle, by the way. I can't go Thorns in the jungle, can you? Alright.
Not an issue at all.
It's gonna be great.
Fret not. Thanks.
Yeah, I got this, no problem. I do have instant cast on. Okay, good. It's not gonna be that bad, I think. I think it all depends on if I fall behind. Wait, I fucked up. This is not what I was supposed to be. Just grab those. It's great.
Next time, I'm sure. Enemy spotted! Stay back! Time to ride. From the heavens! Cower in fear!
What? What the fuck was that, game?
Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful left. Enemy missing. Cancel that. Enemies incoming right. Okay.
He's just back. I don't have anything. Damn. Dude, where do I even go to get farm? Like, I know I have to go to my shaman camp, but that's about it.
Your left tower is under attack. Your day of Your day of judgment. Be careful. Enemy missing. Be careful right. Thanks. I'll gank right lane. On my way. Okay. Mamma mia, not again. From the heavens! The devil beckons for a champion!
That's so unfortunate.
Ally has been slain. Sorry.
They had shell too. I don't actually believe that. If you didn't, who buys shell these days? If he didn't have shell, I would have had him.
Your right tower is under attack.
That is actually just sadness.
left.
Your left tower is under attack.
They might be invading us here. Yeah, I'm jungling. Your worst nightmare has happened. My worst nightmare, I should say.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It was not intentional, I can tell you that much.
Be right back.
Completed. Thanks.
Is there a specific TK you want on Lance, or is it just whatever?
Your right tower is under attack. Mamma mia, not again! Your left tower is under attack.
No. Oh, inspiring. I have much to learn from you.
You gotta kill, boys. We're on the map.
I
Grab
will
this.
defer to you
What was the next one?
Battles to come.
Hydras.
They should know that I am on the chase.
Enemy missing middle.
On my way.
They were pretty... They turned around as I came, that's unfortunate.
Enemy missing middle.
I am
Your left tower is under an ally has been slain.
Stand buff didn't spawn in time. Let me just back and heal up and get my mana back.
A weapon that rivals my mighty lance.
Yeah, life's just more used early on. Okay. Thought as much, so it is on that.
From the heavens!
Your left tower is under attack.
I need timing on when to invade.
Falling back.
The blue buff.
Enemies have returned to base. That's unfortunate.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your day of judgment is nigh. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Hi, I'm playing super well over there. Dude.
At the heart of evil. From the heavens! On my lips.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, we should have had more rotations for that one. That could have been such a good fight. Right there is just why I hate ADC as well. That is insane. How people just dive you with such ease. It's 4 people though, so it's gonna be easy no matter what, but still. It's not coming this way. Found a gap.
Forwards! On my way. Your left tower is under attack. Face the enemy.
I still
From the
need that.
heavens!
Dude, the amount of fucking shielding this gap has.
Time to ride.
Damn, dude. I was not able to play the game there. Close. It's a good call. I still forget erosion, because it's not relevant often enough for me to still just have it in my muscle memory.
On my way. That's unfortunate.
From the heavens!
I don't want to leech for that. I'm a higher level.
On my way.
Structure is under attack.
Next time, I'm sure. Together we strike at the heart of evil.
Damn. My horse!
Your right tower has been destroyed.
My damn horse. Don't think I could have finished him off anyway, but maybe the slow would have helped someone else.
From the heavens!
Oh, change to CDR? Okay. I will. Trying to get there.
From the heavens!
Yeah.
With her name upon my lips.
I make
Alright, who's next? Crusher? Oh no, be it first. That actually would help quite a bit for this shield.
Your blessing begun to pay.
Fret not. Thanks.
Aw, man.
We need wards.
I'm the greatest. Cancel that.
Some wards would be pretty hype, to be honest. Just so I know if we can pick someone off.
Fear.
Button do.
Shadowy strike at the heart of evil. We need wards.
Dude, they're just behind us. They're literally running around behind us. We need some fucking wards.
From the heavens. Say that.
Falling back.
I am
Rusty steed.
Your middle tower
Enemy
is under
spotted.
attack.
On my way.
Enemy missing.
Your debts have begun to pay.
Does the Tiki always remain the same on both sides? So it's when it's red, it's always also red for the enemy?
The shouting is begging for a champion. Enemy ultimate down.
Okay.
A moment to recover.
This feels kind of Jover, boys.
Your left tower is under attack.
I think we have a chance. Once Thoth can start like doing some big damage.
Face me. Enemy spotted. Prepare yourself. Power and fear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got a fight here. Yeah, kill the Gep. Get the support. Good snipe. Yeah, here we go. The solo damage though. And Jaime is getting the chance to free farm as well, so that's good.
From the heavens.
Compliments to share.
Dude, what does so much fucking damage to me? I don't understand. What does so much damage to me? Just Medusa? I'm just too far behind.
I just wanted to go.
Let's pick up the pace.
I make pain.
Run, dragon, run.
I will be sure to use this in the battles to come.
Don't blink up.
Bifrost, aid me! Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Dude. Good snipe. That's what we need right now, real bad. If Thoth can deal with Scylla, if Scylla tries to ult or some shit like that, that's how we win. Scylla just literally two-shot me. In classic Scylla fashion. Silence. I think Geb should be dead here eventually. Unless there's a bigger rotation coming in. Rika. Oh, yeah, you're right. Damn, squad time. It's a good redeem.
Has been slain. You think you're gonna just pass out? Wow.
And we're getting some good kills. Good shit, team. And I can get some farm for this.
Time to ride, old friend. On my way.
Hit him with that secret sauce.
I'm just out.
The heart of evil.
I'm not dealing with this. Go away. Which one do I upgrade to, guys? I'm gonna hot it here, but which one of these do I get? Do I get spear or the other one?
I make
I'm so stupid for beating that. I hate Neja. Always gets me. Man.
Let's pick up the pace. Be right back.
Time to ride, old friend.
Enemy orphanage incoming!
Prepare to back in for a champion. Enemies in right lane.
An enemy has been slain.
Rusty steed.
On my way.
Sticking around like a greedy bitch. Nesha still didn't ult. That was a big still ult. Oh no, the greed. Oh no. Spear? Unless you air cancel? Yeah, I definitely don't. I don't play lands enough for that just yet. Get him. Yeah, no. Damn, that is crazy. Fafnir's online. Yeah, I do miss all the charge you don't take. I don't regret trying to go back in there, but I think against Nesha I shouldn't do it either way, because Nesha probably just sashes me and kills me anyway.
A gift from the gods. The light casts out the shadows.
He's got speed buff. I just can't be near Nesha. Nesha just cancels me out.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Be careful, Miss.
Rusty steed.
Dude, I don't believe how much he heals. Do I need brawlers?
Let's pick up the pace.
No way, man. He heals so much.
Your middle phoenix.
Someone get me a point.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I can't just chase Surtur. Oh, good job on Heim.
Whoopsie.
Bifrost, aid me! An ally has been slain.
That's unfortunate. Put a 10-minute cooldown on the squats. I think I did. I think I put it on the 15 minutes. Oh, you're saying I did.
Yes. Sorry.
Time to ride, old friend.
My way.
Rusty steed.
My issue with Lance at this point is I don't know how to play him as an assassin very well. Damn, what was my last item?
I will be sure to use this in the battles to
As a solo, I can be way more nonchalant with like what I do with him, because I'm way more tanky with the way I build it. But when I'm basically, you know, kill or be killed situation with Lance, I'm still not too sure what the fuck I'm doing.
Your day of judgment is nigh.
Enemies behind us.
Fucking Scylla.
Your right phoenix has been destroyed.
Dude! Um, I mean, kind of on me, but at the same time, we didn't really win in any lane, so it was kind of tough. Still got Curse River? No. Curse River sucks on the actual mages. Because it's based on HP and mana. You build it on the really tanky gods with a lot of HP. You don't really build it on mages. Scylla just one-shots because she does. Scylla is very powerful right now. I mean, she's been pretty powerful since the HP and stuff was reverted. Also, wasn't completely... It was unfortunate that Thoth died at level 2. Not that it was straight up his fault, but he hit the speed buff too early, so he didn't get XP for it. Yeah, I'll do the squats. What's that, 20 squats? Or do we have more? No, it's just 20. I'll do them in a second. Just let me take this. My usual pill at this time. Need my B12.
Select your god.
Like, I'm not really that sore from yesterday. I can definitely feel it. But... might need some different exercise if this happens every day. Just to give my legs a break. I don't know what it would be, though. You keep your back straight? Yeah. Well, I'm trying to as much as I can. The fan's not even on me. Come over here. Because in terms of exercises, there's a bunch of stuff that I can do. Because I do have a bad back, I have a bad shoulder, a bad wrist. So I need to be careful about what I would be down for push-ups if I still could, but I literally can't because of my wrist. Right, I'm playing ADC. Shit. Dude, the Searcher. I'm banning Searcher next time. I hope you're listening, Herox. I'm tired of Searcher. And I'm just tired in general.
You have a monster for me to kill?
Yeah, dumbbells? I do. Right... There we go. Right there, actually. Yeah. Right there. At one 10-kilo one. So I can do those if it comes to that. Just my arms a bit. And Rose, maybe I don't know Rose, no. Actually, what is Rose? Is it Rose what I think it is? What is Rose? That's an exercise, right? So many things meaning row. I can't figure anything out. But no, if you mean like rowing, like an actual like rowing thing, then I don't. I do not have a rowing boat in my home. Oh, dumbbell rows, okay. Oh yeah, yeah. Those. Yeah, I can do those a bit. I feel like probably because of my weight, it does hurt my back a bit. And not in a good way. But I can probably
Now
do
I'm
those
ready. Are you?
for a little bit.
Slay it out there.
Enjoy yourself, but beware of frolicking kittens.
I can't believe I got jungle and I decided to go Lance. Why couldn't I have picked a god I actually know how to play first? Who should I have went for in jungle? For next time, maybe I just pick something easy like Thor. But Thor is pretty bad at the moment. So that'd probably not be a good idea. I could be cheeky and go for something like Thanatos and just hope for the best. Like either, you know, get fed or feed situation. I think the lands, to be fair, went alright. It's just that there weren't a lane that I could just go to and go for an easy kill, because every lane was kind of getting pushed back. It was tough. Could do chest supported rows instead of... that is true. Yeah, I could do chest. I can also just do normal ones. Like just on... I guess while standing or while sitting.
Let's have some fun.
Yeah, it looked like it's getting decent reviews, but once again, I'm not listening to reviews all that much because reviews are paid half the time. So there's a few like reviews I do trust. There's so many that I don't. If I hit my one, then actually would have been pretty legit.
Well done. You're as sly as a Siamese.
But I didn't, so it was an oof.
Leave me to the fight.
Right lane. Gank, right lane. Beyond is too lacking valor.
I don't have the sustain. I need to be more careful. I don't have the sustain from Death Toll.
Let's have some fun.
Attack. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
The fucking meowing. It's a very cute skin. Ganesh has a lot of the like being controlled type skins.
Leave me to the fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's have some fun.
Mamma mia, not again!
No contest.
Your right tower is under attack. Attack!
Enemy missing left. This one's mine. Completed.
Help, right lane!
Okay.
Best wishes.
Rick not hitting too many of the threes. We gotta get some of those CCs in.
He must have choken on the meatball.
Because it could have been a pretty decent trade if we went on Hachiman there for a potential kill, maybe forcing Terra back as well.
This will make their skin crawl.
But yeah, it is what it is. If anything, at least we could have gotten beats.
Attack, right lane.
Skipping a rope could be nice. I do like skipping. That's the funny thing. I used to box, so skipping was a big part of that.
Whoops.
And I was pretty good at it. I'm pretty rusty now, I think, but I still think I could do it. I don't think my knees are gonna be happy though.
Has been slain. Your middle tower.
Enemy spotted.
Middle lane.
Oh yeah, jungle.
Enemy spotted. Where are you going?
My ult did not go off when I pressed it. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Ally has been slain.
What the fuck, man?
Use a little help here.
Battered kitten has a cunning plan.
Blasted.
Leave me to
No, let the tower just take it. Aww.
after that witch.
Rika could just let the tower take it. I don't know why Rika wanted to tank it outside the tower. I did that on purpose. Because otherwise that would be death. And I don't actually believe... Like, how did Terra not get aggro after killing Ganesh? That's so weird. Let's see if this is even up.
Attack.
Let's have some fun.
He must have dug it on the meatball.
Yeah, she was outside tower, but there's still like a... When you hit something outside the tower and you're still... I guess what do you call it? Like in combat or whatever? Tower should still swap to you.
Leave me to the fight.
But I guess it was just really close.
Where are you going? Nailed it.
Yeah, I feel like Terra's gonna sit around here a lot. It's gonna be real annoying for me. Even them Jingwei anyway, I guess, but... It's not like I think Student really needs her to. I'll be in trouble here anyway.
Now I'm ready. Are you?
On my way.
Follow me.
Wow. He must have dug it on the meatball. An enemy has been slain.
Let's have some fun.
Whoopsie. My bad.
Enemy spotted. You're no amateur. Avenge me, comrades. Slay the beast.
Dude, I got bait Hyokai. What? He didn't... I guess he was affecting more. That sucks. That's really bad. This really feels bad. I'm so far behind now. Like, he was just gifted another kill, as well as an assist. And Thoth just came in and joined the kill as well. But still. Not really much you can do about it.
Your middle tower is under attack. Help right lane.
Attack.
Leave me to the fight.
Think you gonna just pass away like that? Your team has destroyed a right. Be careful, right.
Dude, how much? He just fucking kept critting me, man.
See what you got.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Okay.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I lost purple as well. Dude, every time someone came to lane now, I've died. I don't want to fight. I really just don't. People just need to not be in my lane, that'd be great. Unless Hachiman is heavily out of position, we shouldn't be ganking him. It's not worth it. I'm fucking Jing Wei, man. I can't do shit until I have 3 items online or some shit like that.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing right.
Don't really think this is worth a fight. Literally do 0 damage to this Terra.
Need healing.
Actual negative damage.
Leave me to the fight.
Doug is huge. Is he actually? He's a bit ahead, yeah.
Perfectly delightful. Let's have some fun. Enemy missing left.
You must have choking on the meatball. Mamma mia, not again.
No contest. Congratulations, ladies and gents. We have killed a beast.
An enemy has been slain.
Leave me to the fight.
Amazing party trick.
Nice one, hotshot.
Okay. Okay.
I thought Hachi was around, wasn't he? Over there? Oh, he died. Never mind.
Okay, sub. Maybe a little sub did hurt some. Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Out of mana.
Flush. Mamma mia, not again.
Maybe I can actually get my buffs though, just for that. I cut out with 1 level. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, boys. We're back in.
Help!
Enemy missing left.
Out of mana.
After that witch. Let's have some fun.
Enemies in middle lane.
Enemy missing left.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been
This will
slain.
make their skin crawl.
Finally. Finally backed. And got my second active at level 15.
Best wishes. Retreat! Retreat! Think that you're gonna just pass
Where are you going? Let's have some fun.
Dude, my ult never goes off when I press it. I don't actually believe it. You know, fuck this. No, I'm not gonna do it. I want to put instant cast on, but that's a horrible idea. I should not be doing that. Not in the middle of the game. At least I got him, but...
Attack the Gold Fury.
Do I go Deathbringer or Dom first? I actually feel like I want to do Dom first just because I'm behind. Otherwise I can't touch the tanks at all. It might be a Dom game. Whatever. I'm Jingwei as well, so I'll just keep going into Deathbringer. Screw it. I had so many autos on Terra as well, it's just I don't fucking damage her.
Attack right lane.
Enemy ultimate down! Help!
Is that all? Enemy
Ultimate
missing
is
left.
down!
No contest.
Best wishes. An enemy has been slain.
Completed!
What? Heimdall was, or Hachman was just hitting me from behind. Dude, I didn't even notice. Okay, just got wiped.
Completed.
Enemy ultimate down!
Dude, Anubis is so powerful. Anubis is so much fun right now. He's so good.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm not making it in time.
Enemy team has destroyed the Gold.
On my way.
Is that all? Nice one, hotshot.
Perfectly delightful.
My ult finally went off, so that was great. Pretty cool. Also very sad I wasn't in range to get that kill, but no problem, I suppose.
An enemy has been slain.
He is building ability, well, a bit of both actually. He's got both Jotans, but he also has Rage. Yeah, I just don't do it. I don't damage Terra.
Let's have some fun. Leave me to the fight.
It's not really worth it. I'm not damaging this shit.
I'm going to set up a trap.
I mean, it's definitely not on me, but I'm glad we're killing.
Best way to destroy things. Set it on fire.
Ultimate is down!
Time to send them back to
cunning plan.
Yeah, he got knocked out of ult, yeah.
No worries at all.
Is that all? Let's have some. Where are you going? I'm no amateur. Leave me to the fight. No contest. Avenge me, comrades.
Mamma deicide. Your middle tower is under attack.
Goodbye.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Oh, that sucks. That might be game. Actually, it is game. Damn, we threw just like that. Dude, today is not it. People are so split on calls this game. The one gank on Hyukai, or tried to gank on Hachiman, got me completely killed as well. And they didn't follow, or whatever happened with that. And then this.
Something crazy happens again?
Jesus Christ. I thank you for the band there, Defiance. I appreciate it. I think this game is kind of a good representation of why I hate picking Jingwei in ranked. Because you generally lose lane as Jingwei, because you don't have to push against most things. And I mean, we also had Ganesh, which also usually isn't great in the laning stages. But man, today is rough. Some not good games today. The Chuck game was fine, it's just we obviously didn't win that anyway. The Apollo game I got camped to absolute fucking hell, but we still won. I was jungling this one, no need to say anything about that. In the Jingwei game I felt as useless as you possibly could as an ADC. Forced into my tower the whole game. Yeah, it's just we threw this one, not really much else to do about that. Whatever. Clean plate. Okay. Back to the bracket here. I think World of Warcraft takes this one. I absolutely love God of War, but if we're strictly talking about the original God of War, I think World of Warcraft is better. This one is still kind of in the air. I mean, I feel like Melee has to kind of win this. For me, it's Bloodborne. Both really, really good. This is my childhood, but this is still something I'm really into, so I'll give it to Assassin's Creed. For me, it's Diablo 2. Absolutely Mass Effect 3 or 2. Modern Warfare 2. Nier. I mean, same thing. World of Warcraft for me. This one's tough. I love both of these games very much. I do think Bloodborne takes it, though. Assassin's Creed 2 is not even my favorite Assassin's Creed game, I think. Like, if I had to replay one of these games, it would obviously be Nier. Not really much to replay in Modern Warfare 2, I suppose, but at least I want to do the campaign, which would be cool, but Modern Warfare 2 shaped my childhood. I feel like I have to give it to that. I love the shit out of it just for that. Bloodborne and World of Warcraft is fucking hard. Like, recently I love Bloodborne way more, but there is no game in the world, maybe outside of Smite, I'm still not sure. I still think I've played way more World of Warcraft than I have played Smite. I think the game I've spent the most time on in my whole life is World of Warcraft. And even though it has been in a bit of a strange state recently, or in the past, like, I don't know, I guess 5 to maybe even 10 years. Probably more like 7 years or so. It's still great. Like, I still think it's a great game. But man, I have such a soft spot for From Software games now. I love the shit out of them. I'm going with Bloodborne. Mass Effect 2. Damn. But like both of these games are gigantic masterpieces for me. Damn, I wish they could both move on. Shit. This is kind of the like the best of both sides with like amazing gameplay versus insane story. Because while I love Mass Effect, it's not for the gameplay. It's for the story and the world building. But you could kind of say the same thing for Bloodborne. Bloodborne I do play for the gameplay, and I would have played it even if the story was meh. But this setting of Bloodborne, and even though it's obviously classic FromSoft fashion with not a cohesive story, it's still really, really good. Like the world building as well as the, I guess, story hints and lore in Bloodborne is really, really cool. But man, I don't think. I feel like this is something I could just coin toss and be fine with it. Because I love both of these probably equally. I'm going with Mass Effect 2. Interesting. For me, this is definitely the Celeste. I'm not a big Halo guy. Divinity Original Sin 2 or P4. I haven't played P4, but I played P5 and P3 with a remake. So for now, I have to go Divinity. I think Divinity is probably the better one anyway, arguably. Haven't played these two games. I can't even tell what the fuck this even says. It's obviously very old. Probably just go with Street Fighter 2. Yeah, I'm going with like that's 1.5, right? No, 1.6. I have to go with Counter-Strike 1.6. I did that every single time in my childhood, in my school, when we were allowed to get our break. Every student would sprint the fuck like so fast as like faster than they possibly even could, falling downstairs and shit to all the like the public PCs at the school, so we could grab a seat and play some Counter Strike. That was the shit. Student is a better ADC than me. I'll take mid. uh, Final 6 is really good, but you're not beating Minecraft. I'm sorry, you're not. Minecraft is a phenomenon. It ain't happening, man. Nothing really beats Minecraft in terms of popularity. Not even sure anything ever will. It's got to be something crazy. Super Mario World, once again, not a Mario guy really. Splinter Cell I also haven't played, funny enough, even though I'm one of the weird people who tend to like the Ubisoft games still. Not all of them, but this was in the good era, and I didn't play this. So for now, I'll just give it to Mario. Both good games, but I think Witcher definitely takes it. Haven't played these two either. I'll just give it to Gears of War. Banjo-Kazooie, also haven't played any of these. I think Inside is a horror game, right? I don't really do those. I don't do those. Shadow of the Colossus or XCOM? I think it's Shadow of the Colossus. Is that GTA 4? Dude, I haven't seen anything from GTA 4. What am I looking at here? Doing the ramen. It's a ramen game. I think it's a ramen game. I'll give it to Super Mario here as well. I think Smash Bros takes this. I haven't played Deus Ex either. Dude, there's so many on this. Wow, there's so much on this right side I haven't played. I do know Burnout though, which is really cool. I don't know Braid. I like it all. Burnout was cool though. Morrowind or Final Fantasy Tactics? I think Tactics takes this one personally for me. Final Fantasy 9 or Half-Life 2? It's got to be Half-Life 2. Dark Souls or Stardew Valley? I mean, this one's pretty easy for me. I'm just a FromSoft nerd, man. I can't help it. Portal or Phantom Pain? I still haven't played the Metal Gear Solid games. I will probably eventually because I'm interested, but for now I'll give it to Portal. Tetris. You're not winning against Tetris, my friend. 007 or Uncharted 2? I haven't played 007. Prince of Persia or San Andreas? It's San Andreas. Both really good though. Gran Turismo or The Sims? I'm just giving it to The Sims. Still haven't played Red Dead. Or Donkey Kong for that matter. Give it to Red Dead, I guess. Yeah, Minecraft is at the top, like for the majority of it. I have seen it. It's pretty crazy. Metro Prime or Last of Us? I think Last of Us was kind of a generational masterpiece, to be honest. It created so much shit. Dude, Grim Fandango is my childhood game. I don't remember any of it outside of the skeleton dudes. It's so funny. It's such a good game, though, from what I remembered. I enjoyed it as a kid, but I have no idea what the fuck it's about. Castlevania, though, also. I think Castlevania is something I like more than Grim Fandango, but yeah, I'm letting Grim Fandango go through. Let's go. Breath of the Wild for me. Soul Calibur 2. The one with Link in it as well. Gran Turismo, I don't care about the car games. I really don't. New God of War is one of my favorite games of all time. I can't help it. Don't know any of these games. I can't barely even tell what that says. That's Mega Man 2. What the fuck is this? Dark? I have no idea. Eternal Darkness of Celd. That's Majora's Mask, I believe. Once again, haven't played any of these. I'll give it to Majora's Mask. Don't know these either. No, that's Resident Evil 4, isn't it? Give it to Resident Evil 4. Wii Sports. I'm giving it to Wii Sports, guys. Halo or P5? For me, it's P5. I love the shit out of P5. Celeste or Divinity? It's Divinity for me. Very, very good games, though. Counter-Strike. Minecraft. Witcher. Shadow of the Colossus. Some of them will be pretty easy, because I barely know some of these. Or haven't played some of these. Dark Souls for me. I think this one's might be arguable for people. I think Tetris still wins here. San Andreas. I mean, was it I played The Sims, so I don't think I can actually. Damn, it has to be Last of Us here. I played The Sims, but it's a very long time ago. But I haven't played the other one, so I feel like it kind of just gets eliminated as a result. Breath of the Wild is Soul Calibur. It's Breath of the Wild. God of War. I haven't played Majora's Mask or Resident Evil 4. I know. I'm sorry. I can't judge them. P4, P5. At this point, it's probably Divinity. But Counter-Strike 1.6 has such a nostalgic feeling for me. I would never replay it, I think, because it's not really that good anymore. But Divinity is also really fucking good. I'm going with Divinity. It hits a bit harder thinking about it. Switcher for me. Shadow of the Colossus. Dark Souls. Tetris, I think? Yeah. Alright. I'm in the game anyway.
Let's get this suit juiced up.
Wait, did they pause for us? Interesting. I'll pause, never went through. Nesha again? Dude, I'm so tired of dealing with Nesha. Searcher and Nesha have been in every game today, and I'm actually getting really fucking tired of them.
Feel free to give me another.
Yeto again? No, I think Yeto is on. Yeah, he's on my team. He's playing Circuit.
Don't stop firing your weapons.
Minions have spawned.
Energy field deployed. Burn to a crisp. Stay in or don't. Your choice.
I kinda did an oopsie. I thought I missed, so I used my 3 as well.
Can you handle this? Energy field deployed. Out of the fire and into the frying pan.
Middle.
Oh, that's not right.
Be careful left.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful.
Blade.
Well. That. Dude! Why is this happening every game? Where someone is doing something weird, and then it puts me behind. What's happening?
Energy field deployed.
See if I can yoink this real fast.
Be careful right. Enemy missing middle. Can you handle this?
Coming through.
It smells like food now.
Mamma mia, not again! Wow, he must have choked on the meatball.
Actually very distracting. It's making me hungry.
Your choice. An enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Burn to a crisp. Energy field deployed. Stay in or don't. You're killing this. Okay. On my way. On my way. Energy field. Ally has been slain. Your choice.
You got the buff though. Missed the snipe unfortunately. Would have been big.
Can you handle this? More power?
I was looking for a good snipe when there were 2 people there, but I was thinking we didn't need the snipe to kill them, so I just went all close. I'm glad I saved it, I guess, in case someone else would come. Just unfortunate that it was missed. He wasn't even trying to juke it. He might have just stepped right a little bit, but... Oh, that was a one-shot.
Enemy missing middle.
On my way.
Orbital scout deployed.
Sees me.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Okay, okay.
Enemy missing right. Can you handle this?
Isn't Peachy a hacker? Like, isn't Peachy like legitimately an aimbotter? Isn't that what we saw in one of the clips yesterday?
Energy field deployed.
Or am I wrong?
Enemy missing middle. Stay in or don't. You handle this.
I don't think I need to rotate for that.
An enemy has been slain. Energy field deployed. Can you handle this? Stay in or don't. Your choice. You think you can just pass away like that? Energy field deployed. Your right side is under attack. Knock it off! Batter up! You must have choked on the meatball. Stay in or don't. Your choice.
How dreadful.
Damn.
Energy field deployed. Let's get this suit juiced up.
Damn. Unfortunate didn't get the kill. We'll definitely be able to tell, I guess, going into late game. I mean, so far he's 1 and 3, so you never know, but... I also don't want to accuse random people of just hacking, so... It's just the clip we saw was very, very suspect. Like, it was...
Got my eyes on all of you. Enemy spotted.
It was legitimately a instant 180 turnaround, hitting a single shot. It was very, very sus.
Stay in or don't. Your choice. Energy field deployed.
Defend! Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted!
Stay in or don't.
Yeah, we just don't have our support here. Died with snipe up, man. Feels bad, man. me turn on some light. It's already getting kind of dark. It's just because it's very cloudy today. It's kind of feeling under my eyes a bit.
Enemy missing middle. Energy field deployed.
Did some dumb beats I shouldn't have done. I was dead anyway.
Burn to a crisp. Enemies incoming left. Stay in or don't. Your choice. Can you handle this?
An enemy has been slain.
Dude, they're full smorking on me.
Compliments.
What the fuck, man? I can't get out of that at all.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Well, we also just kind of have to stay back a bit. Once Searcher TP'd, we should have gotten out. Because Ducky's not able to do it right now. He's too far behind. We need to just chill.
More power, more problems. Them.
Like, this game has been going alright for me so far, but it's gonna get real tough if I keep dying. It's a true devil diff now.
Stay in or don't. Your choice. Energy field deployed. Stay in or don't. Your choice. Burn to a crisp. Energy field deployed. I expected more of a fight. Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Let's grab this.
Of course, it couldn't match my might. Energy field deployed. Stay in or don't. Your choice. Your middle tower is under attack. Energy field deployed. Stay in or don't. Your choice. Can you handle this?
Your team has destroyed. You think you can adjust the
Energy
pasta
field
with
deployed to a crisp.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Go away! I don't want to deal with this.
Is better than one.
I don't need this.
Stay in. Can you handle this? Your choice. Burn to a crisp. Energy field deployed. Stay in or don't. Your choice.
You're not again. Enemies.
Sages.
Energy field deployed.
Damn, what do I need? I guess I'll go pen for now. Well, what's actually nice? Like, I know obviously on cooldown on Ra, 100%, but if I don't have that, what's next?
An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Let's get this suit juiced up. Burn to a crisp.
Just yield Tiki? Okay.
Your enemy missing middle is under enemy ultimate down. Can you handle this? Your team has destroyed. Wow! You must have choked energy field deployed. Your right tower ultimate is orbital scout deploy. Stay in or dump. Your choice. Falling back. Energy field deployed. Right tower is under attack. Burn to a crisp. Ha. Stay in or don't. Your choice. An enemy has been slain. Let's try energy field deployed. I'm been enemy ultimate defeated. You just got served.
Damn, he's so low too. If the snipe would have landed... This might beat Aegis as well. Unbelievable. Kill officially yoinked. Damn, I didn't think he was in range to 1 me either. I actually thought I was out of it, because he wasn't in my heal. I think I'm underestimating the range on the 1.
Can you handle this? Stay in or don't. Your choice. An ally has been energy field deployed. Stay in or don't. Your choice. Burn to a crisp.
I can't deal with him, I have no actives.
Energy field deployed.
Coming through.
Stay in.
Oh, okay, dude. We should just stay back, man. We can't deal with Surtur. I don't know what Sir Ket was doing up there. I think I need to start playing a bit more selfish in this game. Because every time I try to help someone out, I die as a result. Because they either just turn on me or something like that. Also, was this a Nesha solo? No, it isn't. It's just Nesha is never around. It's always Surtur. I gotta snipe more as well. It's the reason why I have so much cooldown already. Aw, man. He obviously couldn't have known, but I was hoping he threw it into the wall.
Energy field deployed.
Oh, okay.
Stay in or don't. Energy field deployed. Stay in or don't. Your choice. You handle it. Energy field deployed. More power, more problems.
Surtur is big smorg on me. I need him to get away from me. And I need more power, so I can deal with him a bit easier than I am right now. Oh.
Your left tower is under
Got my eyes on all of you.
I don't know beats, I gotta stay away from him.
Or don't. Your choice.
Yeah, I'll remember that for next time then, Jack.
Energy field deployed.
It's good to know.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Damn, still no cooldown.
Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
Energy field deployed. Burn to a crisp. Stay in or don't. Your choice.
I was being greedy with a snipe, waiting for the lineup. Still ended up hitting the target I wanted to hit the most, but I wanted to get the kill as well.
Stay in or don't. Your choice. Energy field deployed. Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Sweet 20, boys. Here we come.
Let's get this suit juiced up.
Oh, that means I can't finish Tahuti, but this works. Now we have why we have this build in the first place.
Energy field deployed. Maybe something better on next time.
Destroyed a middle
Gigantic snipe, boys. Get him. Stuff like that's gonna be great once I finish my build. Man, it felt like our team just backed off there, and I just got caught as a result of it. Whatever, we're baiting, we're getting right, Phoenix. It was fully intended, actually. You see how I baited myself into thinking it was bait? Alright, good shit. Damn, dude, the healing and crits coming through. Student being the G. Dude, he's fortunate. He's fortunate in 3. Damn. Yeah, you see that enemy team? Maybe you should focus him and not me. Huh? Yeah? Let's see what happens next team fight. Don't focus me. Focus him. He's the problem. Dude, where's my cooldown? Can we actually end? I guess so. Dude, what an unsatisfying raw game. I never got to the fun stage. Fucking hell. I just got here. I got one snipe in the fun stage, and it was a good snipe, but still. Actually, just no fun allowed this game. Herox was his fiery ass sitting on me half the time. If it wasn't him, it was just the Morrigan ult into the circuit. It's a nightmare, that's what it was. I've been whining a lot today, haven't I? Now that I think about it. I need to fucking chill. Just relax. Take deep breaths. Damn, now I can't play solo. No. Or not solo, mid.
Select your god.
I'm so tired of Searcher. I'm banning it. Jumping on Smite 2 for a bit. Wait, Smite 2 is up? Hello? I didn't even know. Smite 2 is up? Why is everyone playing Smite 1 then? Dude, no, I don't want to jungle. Wait. Why is everyone playing Smite 1? Oh, it's just a flash test? Okay. I'll just stick to Smite 1 then. That's fine. If it feels a lot better, that's great to hear. Very happy to hear it. Damn, look at that. Beautiful. Does Charybdis counter Tsukuyomi's ult with her 3? I don't know how that interaction works. Dude, it smells like food. I'm getting hungry. Stop making food at dinner time. I'm so hungry. Dude, combo was open. What a nightmare.
Pick your god.
The combo man was open. Okay. I'll do Cerberus then. He can interrupt my 3 at least. No, that's not true. He has a mess. Of course he can. Or my 2. This is not a great matchup when I think about it. Mistakes might have been made. Though, sorry for yawning. It's because I'm getting hungry. I'm guessing it could also be Chuck solo actually, and then combine support. That seems to be the more likely option here. I'm okay with that. It's still annoying, because I don't really think Chuck is I'm gonna be able to do much into it, but it's still fine. Oh, it's better than Kumba. I don't really think Kumba is that outrageous to deal with in lane. He's annoying for sure. And that's pretty much just it. He's fine to deal with, he's just annoying as hell. And a good one definitely becomes a problem going into late and mid and late game. Dude, Herox isn't even in this game and I banned the Searcher. Unbelievable. What a classic. We do have Shiva jungle. Not sure how that's gonna work out.
Can we play? Please. I will cherish this.
I can keep going with the list actually. Still got a minute. I think it's The Last of Us here. Ooh, this one is tough. At a certain point in time, Breath of the Wild was my favorite game of all time, I think. But I have such a soft spot for God of War, like, as time went on. For me, it's probably God of War. I think so. I love the combat so much in God of War. Let's see. P5 for me here. It's funny how some of these images are just completely Just shit resolution. The Witcher takes this one. Dark Souls takes this one. It's very close though. Well, kind of close. Not super close. Shadow of the Colossus is very good. Dark Souls is just... it's something special for me. What is he going with? Yeah, pretty much the usual. Going into shifters, I imagine. That's alright. Dude, they said be careful right. I'm so annoyed every time I hear that. I'm thinking it's because the jungler is coming. Be careful right. Why would they be careful right if the jungler is not coming over there? Why is he in left then? Dude. Why? Why would they be careful right? There's nothing to be careful of.
An enemy has been slain.
Good job. That sucks. At least I did get the wave before I died, I think. Most of it.
Enemy missing. Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Get him, Chewie! Oh, enemy missing. Enemy missing middle. I'm a bitch! Enemy ultimate down! Oh, great! Enemy in left lane!
Dude, go away, yokai. I kind of screwed up there. I thought it was dead, so I just stood still. Silly, silly, silly. That's one of those deaths that deserve a punishment.
He must have choked on the meatball.
Would have been as silly if I just kept moving.
Is under attack. Enemy missing middle. Enemy spotted.
mean, technically, it's kind of been the same case for both lanes, or laners here. Shiva has been here twice, and probably the reason why I didn't die the first time was because of Shiva stopping by. But then I could have killed Chak. Maybe even twice. Both times that Suko came by.
Okay.
So,
We need warmth.
kind of even, I guess.
An attack weapon.
Missed my one. Like a big dum-dum.
Get him, Chewie! Retreat! Enemies incoming!
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy spotted!
Okay. Kabhi alvida na kya.
Bye-bye!
Gank.
Oh, treat!
Let's back off.
An enemy has been slain.
Scrap breastplate.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
It's gonna feel nice when I get breastplate. It always does, man. When you're playing a Guardian, especially with the Curse Weaver build at the moment, it just feels nice getting breastplate online. The cooldowns are so long on some Guardians.
I'm a good watchdog. I'm a good boy.
An enemy has been slain.
You have a great fire within you.
They got a kill in right, so it's not bad. I'll take a lost blue this once.
You have a great fire within you.
Man.
Even death, a mercy eclipse.
The classic assist bug. Artemis and mid got the assist for killing Chuck in solo. That's such a weird bug. I think it's got something to do with a teleporter or something, if I remember correctly. But it's so weird. It doesn't make any sense.
Will this make me look like a handsome pupper?
Mamma mia, not again!
Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
Namaste. Thanks.
Think you can just pass away like that?
Enemies in right lane.
It would have made a great friend.
Enemies in right lane. Enemies in right lane.
It's tanky. Idiot creeps. Come to me when I hit the man. Instead of... They juked me instead.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
I'll honestly just grab a late mystical mail here.
Fire child. Attack. Attack.
Yes.
Enemies incoming.
Retreat.
I'll be your best friend.
Retreat. Completed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Screw it. This might be a horrible idea.
Ally has been slain.
See if we can make something work. At least get one kill out of this. Dude, why is he so fast?
Enemy has been slain. The fresh meat has been tenderized.
I can't believe my one didn't do enough damage to him, to be honest.
Will this make me look like a handsome pupper?
It's kind of surprising. Hey, Benji, what's up, man? Price of 10 squads might be too cheap. Well, yesterday it was too expensive. So, what can you do? And, like, while it is a punishment, it's still something that helps me, you know? So, that's fine. I'm sure it'll be alright. But that's also the thing. It's not supposed to be a punishment that comes in just for whatever. It's supposed to be used when I'm doing something stupid. And then I deserve it. So then I should just stop being stupid. You know? Just stop being dumb. Simple, right? Works every time.
Nicely done.
Missing enemies in the right jungle.
see if I can get here in time for anything.
Attack! Enemy ultimate down!
On our way. Gang! Gang! Gang!
I'm a greedy bitch.
Ultimate is down. Oh, trees!
An enemy has been slain. Get him, Chewie!
I can't believe we stuck around for that though.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy has been slain.
Tag the Gold Fury.
Enemy spotted!
That is very nice.
Now I'm backing. Finally. Scrub this.
I love that bandana.
Probably finished out with an Archdruid. Actually, maybe I should have gone Shifters, I think, instead of Onis. Onis is definitely not bad here, but
Your right tower has been destroyed.
should have gone Shifters for the HP. Onis has 150, so it's not too bad. But
Middle lane.
Attack. Alvedana Gehenna.
On my
Your
way.
team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
You're gonna stick around, Mr. Snake.
So much noise.
I have the nose of a bloodhound.
On my way. Yes, gang.
Okay. Right there you see a balanced item in action. It's truly great how that works.
Compliment.
Thanks. Gobi Alvedana Gehenna.
They just killed them all over there. Good shit.
Will this make me look like a handsome bumper?
I also feel like we're kind of a tryhard comp. Maybe outside of the Shiva jungle.
No. Enemy spotted.
Silence, mortal.
So much noise.
Looking for the Suku, but nowhere to be found.
Attack fire giant.
Yes.
Get him, Chewie!
Try and just tiptoe in between. See if I can just snag someone up if they go out of position. But I really want Suku.
Enemy has been slain. Buon appetito!
Just end the game. Look at look at Student farming the hot player damage. Goddamn. It's fun to watch Bokuku, yeah. Right there, that's the current meta of just not having fun as a mage against the current Guardians with Curse Weaver. Like, Curse Weaver just... It's not fair. So there's this item, right? I'm gonna hit you, but then you can't hit me back. Unless you also take damage. Fair trade? No. No! Not fair trade! And why is it incredibly good on tanks, you know? Did I miss the Q exactly? Dude. Ooh. That sucks. Dude, he had 14 kills with 16k player damage. This man went in with a purpose. Every time he did any damage, it was to secure a kill. Oof. A rough chalk game as well. This is exactly how my chalk game went. Probably not as rough, but in my first game of the day. This one. That's how that game felt. They had kind of same thing, double ADC backline with a 3-man front line. I literally couldn't do anything as Chuck against their comp. I go in, on her's gonna jump, or my ult. AMC is, like, I don't know, fucking tanky as shit for some reason because of fucking Blackthorn. And I just couldn't kill them at all. I didn't do enough damage to them, they just killed me. Or they just all turned on me. Caprakan was always peeling for one of them. So it was fucking rough. But 3-3. 3-3 today. Haven't made any progress today. That's great. No progress. My stomach hurts. I'm actually getting hungry now. I ate breakfast, then I started streaming. Alright, let me. I'll do one last game, I think, but then it's time for me to go make some dinner. Yeah, W will play Dutch. That was a fun game, but Cuckoo also didn't put up much of a fight. Oof, I love both of these games, but dude, I'm so biased towards the new God of War games. I think they're so well written, and the combat is super fun. I'm done going with it. Witcher versus Dark Souls. If we're talking strictly Dark Souls 1, I think Witcher wins. But if it was Dark Souls 3, which is my favorite of the Dark Souls games, I feel like that wins for me, but in this case, it's Witcher. Last of Us versus God of War, it's gonna be God of War for me. Last of Us is really good too, but God of War is more me. Damn. Yeah, Witcher's good. It's so good. I hope the new one's gonna be good, even if Geralt is gonna be the main character. I think that's fine. Like they announced that shit such a long time ago. But it was the end of Geralt's story, like with the Wild Hunt. I'm curious to see what the next is gonna be. Honestly, I hope they do something completely new. I hope it's not even gonna be a Ciri in the new one. I hope it's just completely fresh, a new Witcher. But it's probably gonna be Siri. This one is hard for me to choose. I really, really like God of War. Like, this game specifically, not even the second one. This one specifically is one of my favorite stories in gaming. I love this story. Witcher's story is good, but it's also very dragged out at times. Gameplay definitely wins on God of War side, but there's also newer. Well, it's 2 year difference, right? So it's not gigantic, but it is a rough decision. Personally, through time, I think it's God of War. God of War takes it for me, I guess, on this one. Dude, this one though. Mass Effect, the franchise itself, like I'm not a big hater of Mass Effect 3. I get it. A lot of people didn't like the ending, but I don't look at only the ending. The whole journey was so good. Like Mass Effect 1 wasn't that good either compared to 2 or 3, I think. It was pretty simple. But yeah, Midway never really ends if you finish the game, just add mod as a new game. Sure. But like canonically and the canonical story does kind of end. Dude, this is hard. The thing is, I cannot judge both combat as well as the story, and both of these stories are S tier. But I think God of War's combat is way more satisfying than Mass Effect's. But I'm also not a big shooter guy. Not anymore. I used to be, but shooters just don't satisfy me as much anymore. So I think God of War has to take it for me. Story-wise, they're probably equal for me. Dude, what am I looking at? It's a bit skewed here, but okay, there we go. I don't know why it shows it like this, but God of War ends up winning. I do not think God of War is the best game of all time, though. I'm just saying. There's a lot of games that is not on this list, or in this bracket. I need a new bracket. Or a Q game. I'm still open to suggestions for Q games. Dude, I don't even know what to do a tier list on. Or a bracket. Bracket. I feel like the only one the only two I can make anything on is gaming and anime. I haven't watched enough live action stuff for a long time to really make like I'm just not gonna know half of the movies or series. I still watch live action stuff for the most part now, but I used to watch so much anime. I've definitely watched way more anime than I have watched live action. Love playing God of War. Yeah, I mean, 1 to 3 and the graphics improved. I do think like God of War 3 is really good as well. I feel like it's kind of the one that solidified the franchise as being absolutely goated. God of War 3 was an absolute, like, it was insane. It was just a cinematic masterpiece.
Your God.
Um, I don't want to play Cerberus again, I'll ban it. I think God of War 1 was good, but once again, I'm a pretty recent God of War fan, because I didn't have consoles for the majority of my life, and they were pretty much locked to consoles. I mean, the first games are still, but I got a PS5 when Demon's Souls came out, so then I was able to also try out the God of War games when they got ported to the PS5. So I played them then. God of War 1 is fine. Like, I'm not a big fan of the old hack and slash type of combat. It was kind of the same thing with Devil May Cry. I love Devil May Cry, the newer ones, but the old games were kind of rough in terms of combat. And also, the quick time events in the first few games were a little too rough for me. For a lot of it. I'm not good at quick time events. I'm so bad at quick time events. I think they're kind of fun, but I was stuck on one of the quick time events for legitimate like 45 minutes. It was not fun. I hated it. I'm pretty sure that was God of War 2. It was only hard because it always swapped. It was super hard with how fast you had to do it, but it also randomly chose a new one every single time, so you couldn't learn a pattern. That fucked with me. But I do think that the newer games are more me than the old ones. The old ones is just good. I definitely like God of War 3. I would replay it too, like if I had to choose a one to replay of the older ones.
Pick your
It's very cool.
blood.
It also helps that it got remastered, so it looks great. Still looks very, very good. Is this Hercules solo? Is this a Hercules? I'll do armor. No, it might be a Xing Maybe a Hercules jungle. Damn, Xing might be tough for armor. It's got an easy way of forcing my ult as well. I don't know our ADC. Dude, also just we have Chiron mid. I should have went for a magical. I fucked up. Damn. Perfect time to pull out the Hebo. Wasted. Alright. Like, it's not the worst not having magic. It's just we're against Hercules, Shang Chen, and Jimoja. If we don't have any magic damage, we're gonna have a rough fucking time. Let's see what I'm against here. This doesn't help. Like, it could be a Hercules solo and then a jungle Xing Chen. That sounds like a Bip thing, because that's gonna be a full damage Xing Chen. So I think it's gonna be jungle. Full damage Xing Chen, bro. Awesome. I hope it's Xing jungle and not solo. I would much rather deal with Hercules.
What about an Arctic fox onesie?
Do I dare running Thorns this game? Probably not. Because I don't think I would win against Hercules anyway. I think this is a TP, a certified TP game. I really do prefer running Thorns though. I feel so much safer in lane when I have Thorns. But if you fall behind and you don't have TP, you're just gonna fall further behind. I imagine most people here are usually just looking forward to Smite stuff, but how many are just playing the new biggest games coming out? Because we have gaming events kind of happening in the next few months in terms of we have Gamescom coming up very soon next week. Might be some cool stuff being announced then. And then obviously we're getting closer and closer to December with the Game Awards as well. I don't care too much about the awards themselves, but I think it's a fun little thing to watch. I'm mostly there for the announcements. Awards are just a bonus. Pretty sure I have this on... I do. Okay, my 2 is instant cast now. I just gotta get used to it.
Cancel that. Okay. That's too bad.
It is Shing.
Be careful middle. Ward here. Retreat. Ward here. That's too bad. Enemy spotted. Your middle tower is under attack.
Gotta be right under it.
Attack right lane. Enemy miss. Be careful left.
Okay.
Retreat. Retreat. Ward here.
Bit of a stalemate.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing middle. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Completed. Follow me. Out of mana. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's pretty good start, XP wise in this lane.
OMG. This pawn necklace is so kawaii.
Healing. Pass the blast. Enemy missing. Be careful left. Enemy. Your right tower is under attack.
Didn't think he was gonna die to my 2, honestly. Oh, I'd kill if he's standing still.
Be right back.
That's no fun. Well, I'll do it next time, but yeah, I hate when people start AFKing, especially on purpose. I feel bad. I don't want to kill them, but I gotta get rid of that. He's not in lane anymore.
The fresh meat has been tenderized.
Watch me help.
Ended up working out just fine.
Gotta be sneaky.
It's been a long time since I think I played solo and I was in mid at 7 minutes. That's pretty rare.
An enemy has been slain.
He's just a mid.
Enemy spotted.
Bib has given up, boys. Well, this ain't giving up, but like sometimes he still comes back from it. He's probably legitimately trying to kill people, it's just that at this point he's too far behind. And he's Xing Chen, so... Damn. Denied myself.
Oh my goose, this is just the cutest.
Ally has been slain.
He's not coming back from it? We'll see. You never know about Bib. Every time I think he's not coming back, he's coming back. If there's one thing I've learned, is to never underestimate the Bib.
Mamma mia, not again. Enemies in right lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Damn. The fear. The fear aways and my 2 missed. Well played, Dutch. Well played.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Gotta be right on your Watch me.
Wait for it.
Sad. Everyone carries their tail their own way.
Oops. I'm definitely not saying it's alright. But,
Compliments to the chef.
it's happened more times than I can count.
Okay, so maybe a little.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Gotta be sneaky.
Oh. My ults have been safety measures this game. Okay.
Ooh, why isn't this
I'm just simply making sure that they're actually dying. That's about it.
gotta be sneaky? I love this.
Oh no, Saul. That's not good.
Let's rush into battle. Compliments to the chef. Buon appetito!
I'm not even sure what to say about this game.
Oh my goose. This is
Probably
just
nothing
the
to say.
cutest.
On a warrior, sure, but if he's building full damage Xing Chen, which he actually isn't so far, so full damage Xing Chen will fuck up a carry late game.
Gotta be sneaky.
But we would have to screw up, you know, up until that point.
On my way.
Completed.
Lord the Gold Fury.
Oh? What? Smite? Nani? Just a bit of lag, boys. I guess it glitched out because I kept spamming my ult while he was ulting me, or fearing me. That thing was not hitting when it was supposed to. Slightly out of sync. Not to worry.
An enemy has been slain.
Gotta be right.
Dude, no. I'm just dead. What just happened, team? What happened? Dude, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It was a really good Thor ult, we just weren't around to really do it, and I don't know what happened to the two people that were super low. I'm not sure if it, like, who it was, but I feel like, was it... I think Ganesh was one. Like, two people overstayed, and then two people tried to go in and help, and we just died. Sad. Yeah, Reggie, your rank game, pretty much. I hope Saul is enjoying my waves.
Your team has destroyed a left
Gotta be
enemy.
right on your feet. Gotta be sneaky.
Dude, the CC, the non-stop CC, get me out! Dude, the body blocks were real.
Oh no. I always shed when I'm nervous.
I can hit, luckily TP back in, but... that was almost really, really bad.
On my way.
Move! I don't know why I swapped, that was stupid.
Gotta be sneaky.
Ultimate is ready.
That is the most dead Chiron I've ever seen.
Sad. Wobble, wobble. Be sneaky.
Okay.
Everyone cares
Axe
about how they're
online. I'll grab TP before I finish anything else. Sell that, grab double wards. And then Pridwin is up next. I still think Pridwin is... I'm still debating on whether I want to do Pridwin last when I do this build in Amma, but I do think it's very nice for the cooldown too. Is it a must? No, definitely not. It's just really nice to have.
just like a firefly.
Retreat from the jungle. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
What the fuck was that? We shouldn't have fought. That was honestly my bad.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef. Attack left lane.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's rush into battle.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Nowhere to flee. An enemy has been assigned.
Nice. That was really big.
Keeping up. You're not again. Let's rush into battle. Help right lane, right lane.
Oh my goodness, this is just the cutest. Got it right on your face. Fuck me.
Your spaghetti.
Bam-bam-bam-boo!
Wow. You must have choked on the meatball.
Oof.
Attack the Gold Fury.
That was lucky. Silence is so big against Raijin there for the jump. The slight bullshitness of being able to see people jump.
The hound now.
Because I could see the thumb on the ground for where he was.
Attack the left phoenix.
The little thumb on the ground.
Wait.
Okay, retreat.
Cancel that.
Ultimate is down. Spotted.
Nowhere to flee.
Heck, the Phoenix. Ganesh is not peeling well enough there. I can't really kill him. Herc is too tanky for me. Nope. That's why I didn't want to fight him.
Yum! Wobble wobble!
If I had my ult up, I would have been down, but without ult, I don't think I can deal with Hercules very well. Damn, dude. The Yemoja knockback bullshit really doing some diffs here. We cannot lose him as well. Get out, dude. Alright, good shit. No!
Okay, so maybe a little soft did hurt some.
Someone always gets hurt pulled. Stop getting hurt pulled. It's not that hard. Herc's definitely a problem for us. I still think we need to focus Heim, but that Hercules needs to go down. We cannot be focusing that much on Yemoja. Stop dashing people! Get out, man!
That was a salty anchovy. Wow, he must have choking on the meatball. Ally has been slain.
I'm getting the Phoenix. Damn it!
Group up, defend the fire giant. Defend. Defend the fire giant.
Can't see how low it is.
Mamma mia, not again.
Enemy spotted! Got a good light on your
Bon appetit.
How did everyone else die? Is it just Hercules? Jesus Christ, man. Alright, I think I need to just focus Hercules. I think I'm honestly the only one who can deal enough damage to kill him. It has to be after Heim is down, though. Kyron still being top damage is kind of impressive. I'm not gonna lie.
You just like a fight.
Ultimate is ready.
It's hurt beats. I don't want to get Ching Chen ulted here.
You rock. Okay. Mamma mia, not again. Double kill.
Vanity is very going in on Sol here. It's not really on Sol.
You think that you're gonna just pass away like that?
Yeah.
Gotta be. Gotta be light on your feet. Take what we can. The winter is long.
For me, it's tough, because dealing with Heimdall as a frontline is real rough if you don't have beats. So I have to play this so careful that... Like, if I get Heim ulted, it's not gonna go well when I land. I'm gonna get completely destroyed if there's any kind of follow-up, which there will be, because Umoja is sitting on his ass the whole time. Or for the majority of it. Or Raijin can follow up or some stuff like that. Now they have EFG, and we're in a real shit spot.
Rush into battle.
Enemy spotted. Group up.
Why isn't this shiny?
Structure is under attack.
Get a load of this.
Gotta be.
Your middle weak
Banged up.
Jesus Christ, that what a shit spot to get fucking stuck.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Yeah, we lost this one.
Retreat.
I think both the... Honestly, I'm not even sure what the problem really is. Team play is just better on their side. They're sticking together and peeling. If we did that, we could have ended before.
Your right tower.
Yeah, I mean...
Rock it off.
There it is. I go in on him at any point, I'm dead. I'm just on the other side of the wall. Damn. Yeah, I think there was a carry diff in this one. I felt like we kind of lacked. I don't know, what's the word for it? Coordination? Like synergy? We lacked team synergy so badly in this game. I felt like the only kills we really got was because either I was able to chase them down after the fact, but every time Yokai went in, he unfortunately just kind of got one shot. We weren't team playing. I think if me and Yokai go together, we can go in, but I was never sure when he went in, and when I went in, he also didn't go in. So it was ended up being a bit weird. Like either one of us just were looking for something and we couldn't find anything. It was weird. It did so much damage though. Damn. Actual Herc carry though. The players Hercules did in this game pretty much got them back into the game. I don't know what happened in the back, but we didn't have anyone, I guess, who could actually kill him. What was Sol building? Yeah, Sol's build sucks. She's not gonna kill Hercules with this build. I don't know about Telkynes anymore, man. Telkyne is not good. Demonic Grip is fine, I guess. Nothing wrong with that, but Death Toll first, I don't agree with. It's fine for laning, I suppose. Anyway, I'm judging too hard. Am I doing another game? I think I am. I was so focused this game, I forgot I was hungry. But let me get my food. My food, some dog. Let me get my dog some food. Alright, be right back, guys.
Select your god.
I compromised. I just put some food in the oven, but it's gonna take a while at least. As long as this game isn't gonna be an hour, my apartment won't burn down. Should be fine, I believe. Dude, I low-key want to try and do Gep. I kind of want to try and do the Gep solo with Curse Weaver. It might actually be decent for like the laning phase now that you have Curse Weaver. I'm definitely thinking I'm gonna run a Guardian in this game. The Goobis. maybe Gep is actually kind of nice. I can protect the Goobis. Sobek's banned. We banned 4 Guardians. They didn't ban a single Guardian. Kumba is open. I could do Kumba as well. But I'm legitimately feeling the Gep right now. And we kind of have a lot of magical. Dude, no! Why the dodge? Man, I liked our team. Shit. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. I just realized Nika is playing as well. I guess we're just in different queues. Yeah, he's already in the game. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I think there's just too many all the big players out right now are queuing at different times. Like Nika is currently in a game with a bunch of other people, like with high elo. And I mean the game I was in last time was fine. There was no problem then. Like maybe the solo on our team was a bit lower, but like she wasn't bad. Like she wasn't just instantly dying to everything, but she didn't know that you could go through playmate walls on Sol, which is kind of sus, I guess. Some lack of knowledge at least, but she didn't seem bad. I don't know which garden I want to play, guys. I don't want to play the usual ones. Like, our it's Cerberus, Yorm is kind of boring, Cthulhu is overused. Sobek is fun, but also something I know that already works. Maybe Kumba, because it's been a while, he's always fucking banned. Ymir is kind of bad with Curse Weaver. I mean, I guess he's fine with it, it's just he doesn't have much else. Like, you throw out one ability, and to be fair, I actually played Ymir yesterday, just to, like, get a feel for him, but I can't play, like, Smite 1 Ymir anymore. Smite 2 Ymir feels so much better. I just don't want to play Smite 1 Ymir. Atlas Karen. I was thinking Karen as well for sure. Atlas I wouldn't do just because I don't know how to play him. Basically the same team. I also haven't played the Fafnir. I think my problem with Fafnir is I wouldn't know what to build. And I don't think I would enjoy the Fafnir much. His laning phase is so weak. You literally just have to sit on the tower because you can't clear anything early. I don't like that. I could do Artio, perhaps. Like, Artio is fun. She's pretty good. I did Cabrakan recently, so I don't need to do that again. The Whale is also kind of on the pass. Kuzenbo is going to be banned. Maui doesn't really fit. I would love to play Ganesh, but Ganesh is also kind of shit in solo. Which ends up kind of leaving Bacchus or Gep for me. I don't want to play Xing Chen, I think it's boring. Terra's kind of boring. Karen is definitely possibly the best one. Like, it's between Karen and Gep. Bacchus is also like I wanted to play. I actually locked in Bacchus yesterday, but the game was dodged. The only problem with Bacchus is kind of in the same vein as the Fafnir, where he's just not good early. You're gonna have to give up the wave for the most part. I don't want to have to do that. Karen and Gep has a slight chance at level 2 to get the lane clear, depending on what happens. We'll see what happens here. I mean, Combat Jungle kind of tells me I should be playing something else, to be honest. He's probably gonna go full damage, but... Dude, I can't pick Gep with this team comp. Dude, I cannot pick Gep. This is not a Gep game. What about a Hunbots? Hunbots could be fun. It would be more beats forcing for a pretty good beats forcing ultimate on combo. But I don't know. We definitely lack a bit of CC. More like, we don't lack CC. We lack hearts, like easy to apply heart CC. We don't have any range stunts or anything like that. But yeah, I have to play a physical here. I think it is the Hunbots. Hunbots make sense. Yeah, we're doing Hunbots. I just need to figure out how I want to start it. I mean, the obvious one is obviously Bluestone. I'm doing Bluestone no matter what. Otherwise, clear is going to be real bad. Besides from that, though... I don't know. Wait, Sobek wasn't banned? Oh yeah, that's because it was dodged. Sobek was banned before. Shit. Not that I would have picked it here anyway, because we needed the physical, but... That might make this a kind of annoying. Sobek will destroy our Hunbots. Lunch. It'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be just fine. I'm pulling out the Gep next time. Yeah, the crocodile is gonna snack me up, man. Their late game is really scary. But actually, so is ours. Yeah, Scylla, Hu Yi combo. Yeah, ours is pretty sweet as well. We definitely have some very good teamfight ultimates. I'm also very tempted to ban the emoji on Ramiro. Ramiro plays that emoji very well. And she's still such a gigantic menace to deal with when it's played well. I feel like she's kind of in the same vein as someone like Heimdall, where if you're really good at controlling her 3,
These trespasses will be
you just,
quelled in
yeah,
your
just
name.
increases the value on the god so much.
This shall be my armor, my weapon to protect my forest.
Is this a... It's probably a Beats game. Especially into Sobek, and I assume it's gonna be an Erlong jungle, so yeah, I'm going Beats.
Find your peace and happiness.
I need to pick up a win. Otherwise, I've lost more today than I've won. And that's not good. So far, it's 3 wins, 4 losses. I did 1 game just to see if I get a win and then end. Look where I am now. I'm doing another one, boys. No, we got any mods around to deal with the cheap viewers or the best viewers? I'm dealing with it myself. Pulling out the ban hammer.
Have fun.
Trespasses.
I was stupid. That's too silly.
First the blood.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Your trespasses. Feel my pain.
Oof.
Enemies in right lane. Retreat now. Revenge later. Your end. Feel my pain.
buddy.
Enemies in right lane.
An ally has been slain. Wow! He must have shot
You're in.
Damn it, dude. He's so much faster than me. Why?
Next.
Why is he so fast? I feel like we might have a mid here who doesn't understand the high elo games as well. He thinks they're duoing. That's not good. It's a bad sign. Man. I died at a bad time losing blue.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Tasty. Feels good, man.
Enemy ultimate.
You're in.
Mamma mia, not again!
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Feel my pain.
You think
I'm so sad I lost blue here.
passed away like that?
You're in.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's actually just kind of giving the... I mean, I would not have pressure no matter what, but... the problem here is that without blue, I just don't have anything.
Your right tower is under attack.
My vengeance is not yet.
It's... great. I'm level fucking 5, dude, as a result of this as well. They definitely are stacked, though.
Stop. Maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
They're really stacked on the enemy team. And with Bib running with a Kumba jungle.
An enemy has been slain.
It's not really gonna have a lot of pressure at this time.
Mwah! Compliments.
Feel my pain.
Yeah, I can match you in a second, Benji.
Your right tower is under attack.
You're in.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I have a 3k gold difference.
Is under attack.
3k gold lead. In 5 minutes.
You're in. Feel my pain.
Just poking a little bit. Sobek's very passive, all things considered. If I was playing Sobek in this matchup, I'd be so aggressive.
See you later.
Wow! He must have choked on the meatball.
Never forget. Feel my pain.
Really?
Two meatballs.
Okay.
Better than
I'll take an ult.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
I'll do shifters. I don't think I'm gonna go full damage in this game. Or rather, full defense. But I am definitely going to get some defense into their comp. Otherwise I'm just dead perma.
Okay. See you later.
An enemy has been slain.
Feel my pain.
Enemy spotted.
Thanks.
I was feeling to help the person in the cage.
Middle tower is under attack. That's too bad.
More sleepy than I thought.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Pain. Never forget.
Okay. Your right tower.
Your end.
Enemy missing middle. Careful, right.
The forest shall be my eyes. Feel my pain. Thanks. Vengeance falls so easily. Spirits, guide me. This may
Yeah, Scylla is definitely not supposed to be in this game.
Double kill.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yo! Don't come back again!
Kind of just an honest question here. Like, he said retreat and pinged him. And then he died to him. It's kind of curious if you ask me.
Buon appetito!
Enemy spotted. Be careful.
your end. These trespassers.
Enemies in my lane. Follow me.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Feel my pain. Your end.
Your left tower is under attack.
Feel my pain. Perhaps the spirits have another plan?
Hey, Mickey Mad Mouse.
Out of mana.
I'm not really seeing how we could come back into the game outside of simply getting our ADC fed. Because even though we have very good late game with a Scylla, I'm not sure I trust the Scylla here.
Middle lane. Help. Middle lane. Gang. Ultimate is ready.
Damn. Okay, dude. Okay, man. 5 people left. Yeah, I mean, Student is down to get out of this one. I think... Okay, never mind then. Guess we're not surrendering. Alright, it's comeback time, boys. We gotta kill. Come and take that, what's yours? I wish it was that easy, I do. I really do. It's okay, this time I have Bib on my team. Bib always somehow wins, so I believe in this. I lost my last game being 14-3. Just saying. Okay. That's how annoying it is. I am. I was hoping he actually plucked me. Got him.
Dio mio, this dish is overcooked.
Scylla, you have ult. You could have just followed up with the ult, my friend.
On my way.
You think you gonna just passed away like that?
Enemy spotted.
An enemy has been slain. Okay, so maybe fresh meat has been tenderized.
Dude, everyone is here, man. Alright. I need to just farm. If we actually want a chance in this game, I need to just go back to farming. Should I go Jotuns this game? Probably not. Go away, Scylla. Take your own farm.
Enemy spotted. Wow. He must be joking on the meatball.
Never forget.
Yeah, we can't really help.
Ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Feel my pain.
Attack.
No.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy spot. Rupa. Enemies at the Gold Fury.
You're in. On my way.
Nice steal.
Enemies in right lane.
If they're 4v4 over there, that's good.
You think you can just pass away like that? Mwah!
That's so unfortunate, man.
Your right tower is under attack.
You're in.
I grow strong.
Feel my pain. My vengeance is not yet complete.
If I was even, I would have had him. 100%. I wish I had my ult, though. Damn, what should I get more CDR? Like, if I'm going tanky, which... I'm still debating on whether I should. Is he going full damage? Kompe is going full damage. Because then I might do Pridwin. Ah, fuck it. I'm going Jones.
You're not again.
It's too late to change. If I wanted to go tanky, I shouldn't have gone Brawlers in the first place. Then I should have went for something like Contagion or something else.
That was a salty anchovy.
You're in.
Then an action on fire.
Compliments to the chef.
These trespassers. Feel my pain.
Who's doing our blue buffs, man? Unbelievable. Dude, they're not even here. No farm.
Your end.
You threw the pizza fire in his face.
Feel my pain.
The person in the cage.
All those who defy the spirit are in for a surprise.
You're not again. Buon appetito.
Man, my ult still isn't up. Fuck me, I should've just jumped the other way. Wouldn't have changed anything, my ult isn't gonna kill anything, but... I should have just not queued for another game. Yeah, Erendite would have been fine. My problem with this Hunbuds game was I felt like we lacked damage, but I didn't pick it to go damage. Like, I went for the Hunbuds to be a tanky Hunbuds with a big, like, teamfight ultimate, but because we had Compa Jungle, I felt like, and we, well, not even just Compa Jungle, we also had a Scylla who weren't supposed to be in this MMR, so I didn't trust her to deal damage, so I just ended up building more damage, and I had already built essentially two things in the defensive manner. So I was a weird hybrid, not dealing enough damage and not being tanky enough. Would it have mattered anyway? No, because we fell really far behind, but... Just matchmaking fucked us on this one. Scylla is in this game and she shouldn't be. She went up against one of the best like mid laners in EU at the moment, so like, and also like one of the best junglers, I would imagine. Like both Dutch and Yokai are generally very prominent in their roles. Having to deal with both of them as an a new mid or an unexperienced mid, you're not gonna have a good time. Despite that, he did his best. So, unfortunate. Ended up 2 losses. One that really should not have been a loss. Once again, this should not have been a loss. Man, how did we lose this game? It happens. It was adapting, so it's not that bad. Hyukai is... I mean, Hyukai is not really that far, I think. Hyukai is really good. I'm gonna say the same level, I obviously don't know. I haven't seen adapting play in a long time, so I can't compare them, but... Against that mediocre mid, I don't think it matters if it's adapting or just a better jungle. They're gonna get clapped nonetheless. Skill diff is just too much. Alright. I've got a lot of games in today. It started with the Chuck game here. I've been playing for 5 hours and 24 minutes now, so... Yeah, she mentioned it as well. She was at 2k. She was at 2k Scylla. So, unfortunate. Like, the second he mentioned that, it is what it is. Not really much we can do about it. I'm surprised my lane went as well as it did. So, I feel like... This is just me being mean, I'm not sure, but Sobek should have destroyed me. The fact that I got 2 solo kills should never have happened. Especially not on bots against Sobek. He should have dumpstered me. Anyway. That'll be it for now. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow, but alright, we can finish with 10 squads, don't worry. We can finish with the 10 squads, but I am going to go relax, get some food, walk my dog, as he really wants to, looking at me below my arm here. So yeah, thank you guys for watching as always. I really fucking appreciate it. I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. Bye. I'll do the squats off stream, don't worry, I promise. Bye.